Hello. It is time. Okay. What have I got? Nothing. Okay. So I feel like I don't need to import open anymore. Close that one. Trying to remember where I'm at. Just going on this way. Right, that's to turn off the IK. Whenever any part of the chain is broken. It also needs to have have legs. Be told about this too, so they can just kind of do nothing. All right. So set up body joints doesn't really... Set up body joints is just loading things from the scene tree. So make sure it's closed. This should be fine to run now. Physical skeleton does need to have a skeleton by this point. All the chains should have loaded. They will also store whether or not they're valid. Which runs on ready, which should just do everything. And these also obtain a skeleton. what is this doing? This is to break joints. I'm just gonna still ignore this for now. Yeah, so really, I was keeping this code because part of it might be for building. But I think that should probably just go to the chain 3D. So the idea is I might create a chain 3D, give it a resource and some other information that I might need, and then I pass all that to a build function, and that will fully construct everything. It will construct its own child list, its own part list, all that. And then, and at that point, I'll be ready for this to add it to the scene tree, which will then validate it in the ready, which in this one can check, and if it wasn't valid, then it just stops. Okay. Build chain pass. Let me double check where setup body joints is called. It's called there. Though this doesn't okay, so physical skeleton needs to have a list of all the chains that it has, which really all that's gonna be is just this won't even be creating anything or adding things to the scene. Well, maybe I thought that it would be, but it's not. It's also not, it's not reading IK, it's not doing any of this stuff. It's pretty much entirely relying on the chain and parts to do everything. Though it does need to have, yeah, because the main thing it would do is it would do this reparenting stuff, but I think I should not do that. I think I should try to just make it work with setting the bodies to be top level instead, so I can still have them like nested wherever I want them to be, but they're going to still move correctly because they're going to get transforms from like the world root or whatever that is. But the physical skeleton would be responsible for determining node priorities. So I like the way that it's set up to do that. And the idea is that probably a chain would return. Chain can provide this list. This bone joint map. So the bone ID to an array of joints that are assigned to that bone, which would just be parts in this case. Every part has one bone, and then the part would provide all the joint 3Ds that it's created, that it manages, so that we can come all the way back out here and give them proper priorities. Yeah, because we need to know everything to be able to calculate priorities correctly. I guess I'll leave this called setup body joints, but it won't need to be a deferred call. I can just call it in place, because this won't be modifying the scene tree. I have that. I'm just going to ignore that. This stuff is already good. I believe that's already handled by part. Yeah, it already handles that. So this one doesn't have to deal with that anymore. But I'm just going to specifically cut this part out. Yeah, joint data should generally be going away because each individual part will be a rigid body, and a part will also be part of a single chain. And so that chain can probably have methods to allow a part to get a neighbor above it or a neighbor below it, if it needs to do that. So I'm thinking this all goes away. This to load any remaining attachments, this will all go away. The bone joint map. So I'm going to make sure that a part has a method to return all the joints that it has created. This is a resource. I need the part 3D. There we go. This needs to be able to return every... Okay, so I have the get joint list, a chain, init IK. I'll put this right here. A chain will have, let me put it at the top, above everything else. So have this be okay, if I want to cache it, I can get to caching later. I don't know if I want... I kind of wonder if I want it to always return a new thing. So I can make sure that each bone is going to be unique, so I don't have to worry about that. So I can just do bone join map, set. Get joint list. And this will be a copy. Because I said this should be returning a reference. Okay. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. I gotta change this text. That 3 now. Nice. Okay. Get bone attachments. This is not a thing that's happening anymore. There's just not going to be any... Where did I go? There's just not going to be any bone attachments at all. The bone joint map. So what we will do is locate physical skeleton is going to locate all the chains. There is, I think, a chain node root. Right. Does get chain root? Is this called right now? There's a load chain node map, which puts a chain resource ID. Which puts a chain resource ID to that. Where is the load chain node map though? So it's only defined here. Okay, so let me consider this. Also, physical skeleton would have to be... It is a tool. Okay, it's just not highlighted. Okay, so I have to get... update chain update. This should probably not be called update chains. This should be called solve chains. Okay, let me go back to here then. So let me instead say like skeleton ready, I think, or yeah, let me call like pose finalized. On pose finalized. This is the pose that call this when the skeleton pose is ready to be targeted using joint motors. does the update exactly do? The update is to record. The update is to record why does it need to be this way? Okay, well, right. This, yeah. So the idea is that this, the point of this is to be copying down the joints onto the physical joints onto the skeleton, and then anything can run with that. And then we come back and say, what was the joint at? What is it now? Right? So yeah, this is, yeah. So on post finalize does this. Set up body joints. So this has two goals. This must obtain all the chains. It must check that they're all valid. And it must then gather up all the joint maps and then compute a joint priority list from all the joints. And that's all. And then it's going to apply them, and that's all it's going to do. So there's no body reparenting. There's none of this happening. There is the thing with copies, but that's... I can just look at the source code later if I really need to do that. Store the center of mass. The parts will be responsible for doing that. So Yeah, I guess let me... Um, okay, so part of the deactivate bodies thing. So I guess I would have something here that's like deactivate. It's like process mode equals disabled. I'll just do like parts. Do that. Yeah. So first thing I want to do is I want to save does the chain have the main body? It does not. It does have the skeleton though. I joined yesterday at the perfect last minute. Yeah, I saw. And now today I'm starting late. Though, I don't know. I really want to get back to doing that Rust parser. Because, or JSON parser in Rust. Because I need to write a better test for the numbers. And I want to demonstrate that, on the one hand, the parse int is such a... I managed to write it in a way that I can just replace that function with anything that takes in a string and returns a number. An unsigned a number. And my parser will work exactly the same. As long as the function is correct and it returns the right values. So I can experiment with performance stuff there. Which, I mean, I think it's a little silly to talk about performance for a JSON parser, but it does matter. At least a little bit. It's helpful. I generally think that anytime performance is a concern, you're likely talking about an API that's not even public, so you have no reason to even be using JSON. But if you do have a public API, it's probably easier to just have stuff in the URL request, the request of the URL. Port your game there and break up with Godot. I think it would be cool if I could have a game engine where I could pick between like Python, JavaScript, Rust, C++, C Sharp. That would be really cool. I could pick any of those languages at any moment to write in, and it would be fine. Make your own. That is a plan, but that plan, it does depend on my success at being able to make a game. And absolutely no proprietary, no custom language. Please, no custom language. Python, JavaScript, C Sharp, I'm pretty sure are all just C++ built on top of that, and they compile down intermediately to C to. Okay, so if I think about a funnel, You have C++, Python, C Sharp, JavaScript. They all go down to the same thing, and then they come out as machine code. You guys see things make an engine as a waste of time nowadays unless you got something groundbreaking. I think the groundbreaking thing is open source. Godot is the only one to do it right now, as far as I can tell. And they don't charge money. So I can make a game with Godot, and Godot is not going to ask me for money. Huh? Yeah, open... Yeah, there are others, but I don't know about them. And I looked. And Godot, a big thing is also the editor. You can't say it's you can't be a serious open source game engine and not have something visual on the screen as part of the process, I guess. I think Godot lacks in the fact that it is sometimes impossible to recreate an internal class that you want to modify, and it is impossible to modify the behavior of an internal class that they have not specifically written out to be like customizable with virtual functions. I have like a hair trying to creep into my mouth. There's spam ton of rendering middlewares scrolling on top of Rapier. I don't know what all that means. I will say Godot wins very big in like the custom editor thing. Like someone can write a plugin in like Python in a very simple scripting language, and they get a whole UI thing. Or not even that, they can they create a 2D scene and they just make the UI. Not a 2D scene actually. They make a user interface scene and they can make the whole UI. WYSIWYG style. And then bam, it's there. That I have not seen. Anything like that is just straight to C# or some XML file stuff or some external editor. The US government banned Fable 5. Fable as in an AI model? Mythos variant. Orange Man saw too many Yojack clickbait thumbnails and made the call. Wojak? Is it that center of mass? Get param, body center of mass, perfect. I don't expect any more depth to this decision other than this. I mean, I feel like the depth is there are just people, fortunately for the rest of us, who are just out there begging them to shut AI down. To shut down the LLMs and visual stuff. It is costing a lot of money. It's like the most expensive shitpost, basically. Not good for me. I love local LLMs. You're my enemy. I think there's something about this where it's either like a public good thing, so you can't sell it, or I mean, honestly, how about just that? How about just be like a public good thing? You're not allowed to sell it. Spend as much money as you want, you're not allowed to sell it. You can use it internally as part of your business. But like, you can't provide a service which is just purely to use that. Because of what it is, I think. It's not the case where you're like selling server space and like, oh yeah, here's a server, do whatever you want with it. Or here's our software that we wrote that will do some like financial thing for you. And there's a subscription for that. This is like, here's a black box built on the collective knowledge of humanity, and we're charging you access to that. I don't think that's what it should be. Because that's what they do. It should always be open. Or how about this? How about even like enable the loophole where they can't sell the model, it has to be publicly available. They have to make it easy to use it. And the alternative is you can rent a server and they will make the process easy for you to upload the model to their server, and then you can interact with that via an API. But directly being like, I pay a subscription and I can type into a text box without setting up, with no additional step in between. Because ultimately what they're banking on is that the product is private and they control access to it. They restrict access to it. You can't see the training data. You can't see the process of it. I think all that has to be public. Correction, Orangman is blocking Fable 5 access outside the US, and Anthropic shut it down entirely to figure out how to comply to this. I don't know what that means. I don't know how they could do that. That doesn't seem... That sounds odd. It's going to make Europe and other countries pour money into LLM development. Well, on the other side, they can't take funds from out of country. So if there are private investors outside the US, they're cut off and they're going to stop funding it. Regiment not understanding VPN and API. I mean, yeah, you can never get around that. I just think it should be a hard requirement. Your public data must be, your training data must be published. Every single link, everything, because they have that. At some point, they had to crawl the web. They need to give everything. I think they need to make it searchable. So if I have a problem with something that I've used is in there, I can go to their site, type in my URL and say, that's mine, get rid of the data. And then they delete it. Fully publish how it's trained. If they have any other small models, it's all gonna be that same exact way. So if I want to recreate the model without using their result, I can do that. I can use the exact same training method, exact same data. Is an Anthropic funded by some foreign entities? How is you just going to ban those? Well, I mean, I guess that's the idea. They want to stop investment from outside the country. Because it really is like, it really could be the case where another country is just putting a fucking pollution machine, a space waster, a big space heater in small towns. I mean, there's like several cases of a data center appearing and suddenly like the river nearby that animals drink from is just like polluted with metal. So it's like if they can't like legally access it anymore, then they can't keep going to the US for it. Yeah, I mean, public models, and you're not allowed to sell direct access to it. You can sell a server and you can sell a service to upload the model, and that's as far as you can go. You cannot sell a direct access to it. You cannot sell a server with it already uploaded to it or something. You can't sell access to an API that returns tokens. Let's keep it simple as we don't want China to use this against us. I mean, I think there's always more than one reason. And I also think that generally those people are intelligent and they have a very good idea of exactly what they're doing. And usually there are also reasons that they are considering that no one is even thinking about. Like 3D chess type stuff. Either all that or public public interest in it. If your country is like, this is bad, we need to contain it, then you should do that. Even if it's dumb. From like a political standpoint. From a moral standpoint, if you think that society is having like a mass delusion, then you should probably not feed into it. But if you want the guy who you're going to endorse for the next presidency to get elected, then you should. That kind of thing. So it's either a genuine strategy or, well, it's always a genuine strategy. But it's either thinking about something no one else is thinking about, or it's thinking about political gain. So it could literally just be, hey, people just seem to hate AI all over the country. Maybe we can start restricting it. Maybe we should start doing something. Get the ball rolling. The current user going, is that smart? Shower thought decision. There's always a plan. I think to submit to that idea is to underestimate them. The they versus the we. And you should not do that. You should assume that there is intelligence behind that. And it could be beyond what you can think of. I thought they had a plan in Iran. I'm underestimating them on everything. Even the stupid people have plans. And they can be bad plans that will just not work out, but they still have plans. Like modern AAA game studios. They create terrible games, and that is their plan. Their plan is to make a bad game. Well, the plan is probably to make a good game, but that plan doesn't work. And they just don't know what they're doing. I'm saying you should take it seriously. Like if I can look at some of these interviews and I'm like, you people don't know what you're doing, get out. At least in that sense, I would be letting other people know who are maybe not who maybe don't want to think too much and just want to hear what other people think. Or maybe they're interested in like making a game or doing management for that. They're like, oh, okay, so that's bad. That's a bad plan. Because otherwise it's like they just talk to each other and then they all agree on the terrible plan and then they keep doing it over and over again and it keeps not working. And then, I mean, it happens in reverse too, where they will just assume everyone else is stupid and they're correct. Or because people are underestimating them, or not taking them seriously, then they're like, okay, you don't even care about it, so why should I even pay attention? You just don't like me because of the way I look or something. That kind of thing. Okay. The activate kind of needs to provide the main body state. Because when I do that, I have to copy in a lot of things. Where's activate? Oh, I also make it invisible. No, this is true. Just the current shallow in fighting, we constantly have to click not interested in on social media. Do you ever see like a thumbnail, like a suggested thumbnail on YouTube and just like click don't recommend channel instantly? I've done that a few times. Like there's certain content that I enjoy watching, and then there's other stuff that is adjacent to that, but is like really I would say like morally incorrect. Or they just have very strong biases and they're pushing something. And I'm like, yeah, I can tell by the thumbnail alone what this is. Not necessarily like that, but I mean, like, have you ever been like, wow, that thumbnail is something? I just don't even want to see anything from this channel anymore. Just this morning, I watched some movie critic channels, and YouTube keeps mixing them with those everything is woke movie reviews, so I just have to click not interested. Do you do not interested, or do you just say don't recommend channel? Like, the not interested is different. I don't know which one. The ones that get me are really obvious, like AI thumbnails, and sometimes I just want to make sure. So I open the video and it's the text to speech voice. It's like almost a meme sometimes. But it's serious. I think Google's removing those channels. I want to see if I can find this one channel that was like impossible to avoid because they were just like, I don't know, they had like a kind of, they knew Google search terms and they were like super on top of it. I don't know, what's like a generic software computer question? I don't know if I can find a channel just by searching it. Their channel was like literally every 4 hours was a new video. They're about a minute or shorter, text to speech. And I think they were just straight up reading comments from Stack Overflow. It was like a Stack Overflow question. They would read the problem and then they would read like the replies. I couldn't find it. But I mean, it was so bad that there was like a time that I couldn't search for anything on YouTube without getting like 10 of their videos in a row. All uploaded within like a week. AI Code King guy YouTube keeps recommending to me. After every Theo 3 video I watch. Theo 3 or just mean like Theo? Because I know who that is. Probably saw that channel. I mean, you're not supposed to click on them. Theo the Rage Bait, I'm never a wrong guy. Wait, hang on. Is there another? Wait. I think I'm confused. I might be confusing two people. Do you mean THIO? No, I'm sure there's a different guy. Who is the other guy I'm thinking of? Oh, yeah, so it is... Okay, there are two guys. There's Theo with an E and Theo with an I. Here's your mustache now. He looks like he's transitioning. He did have dyed blonde hair. I always felt like his voice, like, seriously didn't match his appearance. AI code guy. Wow, this guy just has the same thumbnail. Sometimes he feels like moving the arrow as well. Sometimes he doesn't. The arrow just stays in the same place for like 5 thumbnails in a row. That's crazy. So this is every day. An 8-minute video. And there's some 6 minutes here. Every model he reviews is insane. Okay, I need to focus up. I need to focus up. Oh, every title is insane. Yeah. This copy velocity of main body here. Oop, sorry. Is everything just from main body state? Yep. Well, actually, if it's inherit, then that's the same thing as copying it directly. So I just have to provide that. These are handled. It probably needs to do this. Part should probably do this. No, they actually don't know where they're going. They actually don't know where they are going. The chain knows. The dog might bark. Okay, might be fine. Our global transform needs to move to yeah, so the only time I activate is the only time yeah, it'd be like skeleton, and now I need to have the bone. Teleport to bone. Skeleton, get bone. Global pose. Alright, this should be good. So these should now activate the right stuff. Wheels right down the center of mass before we stop. Yeah, okay. Yeah, activate, deactivate is there. So I'm not sure about set up body joints. Like, I have to get the chains. And I have to get the joint lists. And I calculate the priorities. and then I apply the priorities. That's how it works. Let me start by refitting this one. So chain in chain list, I'm just going to assume that I already have it. I don't need bodies. In fact, I'm not really doing anything besides getting this array. So I obtain this. The reason I use a duplicate array is so that I can, well, maybe not. Can't I make an array? Can't I lock an array? How do I do that? Make read only. Right. Cool. So this must be read only. So the idea here is I just have my own, and if I see that I have a shared key, well, should it be possible? Okay, I'm actually going to say it shouldn't be possible. So I'll validate out here. So this would be the chain name. Name. And that's return. Okay. I just want to check all of them, and then if we're all good, then I'll just run a sign. Okay, good. This does like append. Which when you say append, you give it a list. Or no. Hang on. Different languages. Appends that value. Yeah, it's not append array. It has the whole list. Okay, so we don't modify the joint list, we're just reading from it. Okay, good. Okay, then I create the joint priority map, and then that's the entire map right there. If the main body is just in this body, ensure it has a collision exception. Okay, let me think about that. So why? If there is a what is it? If there is a hmm, hmm, can I check main body dot? I can get the collision exceptions, which is an array of the bodies. The physical skeleton is the only one that knows the main body. The chains do not know the main body. So I may still go in to every individual body and perform this check. I'll just do that. Ensure collision exceptions for parts that initially intersect the main body. And I guess I can do this up here at the top. So I would just kind of cut this, move this down here. Cut this. Move this here. So there's that. I don't need the center of mass here. If the and then this would kind of be at the root node. So I might just make this a function. No, I won't make it a function because I need all this stuff out here. And I want to reuse it because this stuff is not free to create. This especially can be really slow. I know because I had like physics stuff that was creating. Well, I mean, this was like on several things, on several bodies up to 2 or 3 times a frame. Where they were updating a ground state object. But it wasn't updating, it was just making a whole new ground object. Even though it was literally just an object that had like 4 variables. It was heavy to make. Yeah, this is why you need for loops with names, named for loops. So I can break out of 2 in one go. It's such a common thing to do. They physical bone power 3. And then I think I have code right now that ensures this can't be duplicated. I'm sure I do. Fixed joint collision substance bodies not check for joints in there. Jolt bodies now limit one exception of one joint to their internal list. Cool, okay. So I don't have to worry about doing it twice. I don't have to worry about it adding 2 exceptions to a list to the point where I'd have to call remove an infinite number of times until it was done, to be sure. Joint duplication. I think I'm just not going to do it. I guess it's nice to have it be open as an option, but I think I'm just not going to do it. Because last time I was testing it, I wasn't using it. So yeah, I'm not going to do it. And I mean, if I really want joint duplication, that would be something to go to a part. I might have a toggle that says like duplicate primary joint, and that would be managed there. And if I need that code back, I can go find it. The power of Git. Joint list, assign joints, bang. And then I don't have, I don't need to do those. Initially disable bodies. Okay, so now up here, the task is this make from that. Yeah, this is like chain stuff, like order synchronization. I don't need a lot of that. I'll keep this code around because I'm still gonna need it. So load chain list. I would really like to have it organized as a chain. I still like this chain root node. And a chain map, chain node map, which I don't know what that's for. Because yeah, I don't need to know with the IDs. I don't need to know this. It doesn't need to know this. So in fact, I'm just going to delete. Maybe sure. I really don't need that. Setting IDs. I would need an ID if I was loading a leg. Okay, an ID is a way that I can determine the leg it's technically created from, but it's not exactly the same thing. I think more likely what I would do is I would have a meta tag on the node that gives me the ID of the leg I created it from. So then I would know, hey, if this chain is turned off, I obtain the leg that it points to, and I run from there. So yeah, if that is how I that is how I should be doing it. So I will get the chain root node. Okay. Was this calling setup body joints call deferred? This doesn't do anything. Well, I mean, I guess it, okay, so it actually does, but the assumption there is that it must exist. I feel like I just want to say setup body. And if this one is ready, this is not adding children, so I just call it right away. Physical skeleton main body. Oh, we do a find. Okay. So I get the chain root, okay, and now I go through I will find all the children that are chains. So as long as they're in there, I can organize it however I want. So chain list should pretty much just be chain list assign, chain root, find children. There. That's all I really have to do there. Then I guess if it's empty, which I still use the size equal to 0 instead of is empty because I've been burned once before where is empty was true or false while size was something else. Or no, it was like the size was, yeah, it was like an array that had like 4 elements in it. Because of how I got it, it was considered to be empty. And the reason is because the is empty checks for it checks for capacity, which capacity could be 0 if you haven't modified the array yet. So an array would be considered empty, but it would still point to data that existed and was definitely valid. And the size would be correct. It's just stupid. Something like that. Something dumb like that. Something crazy because someone had to just go out and make a whole stupid array thing just to avoid a little bit of programmer responsibility for not copying an array when you wanted to take a reference to it. We want to put the plus on that side. Errors, but I want to be helpful. Well, I think set of body is good there. Get bone attachment should really just not be a thing anymore. I'm just going to delete that call. This is not found. Okay, so this is all like a load order thing to ensure that it's loaded in the right way. What is this? This is like really deep. I think this entire thing is just making sure the load order is correct, because yeah, this is all errors. This whole thing is an error. Rigid body 3D has already been loaded. Otherwise, load it now. If it's not that, joint target is not the main body. If the skeleton doesn't match, if it wasn't a modifier bone target, it's already been loaded. Load it here. That's just the assurance, otherwise it doesn't do anything. This is if there's no main body, we just set it to be. If there's no node A, set it to the main body. Otherwise, I have to look for it and make sure it's loaded and then set it to that one. Well, this is just where I forced the load to happen. So it's good. This is checking that if the joint node B is not correct, I don't worry about those. Yeah, so all that basically just went away. Don't care about that. So the parts are going to fully manage those joints. So it's always going to be that if a joint doesn't exist, it's just going to make it at load. Well, I guess not at load. No, it will be. Okay, I guess there's still some checks I have to do, but I mean, a lot of this is just checks. Most of it's just checks. It's good thing each setting, each joint, each bone to find to find that bone ID in the iterate IK. And then when it finds it, it just calls length as the next bone up, which is the bone post position length. So that one's probably fine. I'll just leave the found there. Get rid of duplicate joint. Actually, this isn't really... Well, I guess it is set up. I was going to say this is more like a load, but it actually is also applying priorities to joints. I can't remember what the bone length was for. I think it's actually not used by anything. Yeah, it's actually not used by anything now. So I'm going to say I can probably just chop the bone length entirely. But then some of the stuff, the parts need to maintain. Let me think about how changing the resource is going to affect it while it's running. I would like it to be that any joints that exist that the reference is related to would be updated. So what does that mean for loading? Especially in the case where that joint has been deleted because it like broke. What does that mean? What is when I load and a joint is different at load? Like say I go into the scene and I change one of the joint's paths or anything, and then I hit run. I think what should happen there is it will, when the scene readies, it should make sure that all the joints exist. It should make sure that they, if any of the joints don't exist in ready, I can't create them. So I guess I just say it's a bad configuration and I stop. If the joint does exist, or when all joints exist, I will run through the settings and make sure that they all have, I'll just apply all the settings. Or maybe I don't. I don't apply the setting, so if I change it, it'll be changed. But if I modify a resource, it'll read which setting changed and go into that joint that's related to and update only that setting. And that would include modifying IK. Which I think Chain3D would be responsible for doing. Probably, yeah. Because it'll init IK is supposed to set up signals, so when everything changes, it will be able to go straight to the iterate IK and update that value that was changed. But then I guess I kind of want a button or something that I can press to like ensure an individual part's joints that it manages are the same as the resource. Or I can do a whole chain at once, or I can do the whole physical skeleton at once. And that would just go through and aggressively update every single thing to be the value that it says in the resource. But then after that, when it's running, it's still only looking for changes. Or in the editor, it's only looking for what's changed. What's being actively changed. Yeah. So I still generally have this whole thing that needs to go away. What else does part need? I think the part, yeah, so the part needs to have, it doesn't need attachment. It just needs any motor joints, or I think I'll just say there's only going to be one motor joint per part. Otherwise, there's just going to be too much stuff to manage. I think what will happen is the chain will run through its parts and say, it'll get its ordered part list and it'll say, all right, you initialize, here's your parent. So here's what you're connecting your joints to. And it goes, the next one says, all right, here's what you're connecting your joints to, you're connecting it to the previous part, that kind of thing. So part will be like, we'll have like build joints. It'll just be given a notepad because that's all it needs. It should probably return a success or failure. So if it fails, we stop the build. Oh, and then this is where a callback is. So yeah, an individual part has the custom joint list. I think it's gonna be the same way. It gets the parent body that it should connect it to, and then that resource. So I'm gonna go make sure crawler leg is written that way right now. It has the chain, the part index, the joint resource. It returns a joint 3D, and I guess it needs the parent. Okay, so build custom joint needs a chain. Why does it need the chain? I'm thinking about this. Why does it need the part index? I think I gave it this so that it can look at the chain, and it's given the part index, and it can figure out stuff. But should it even know that? I think it's the case that for the custom resource, you get to build the exact same way that the normal parts are, which is you get the parent you're connecting your joints to, and you're getting the resource, and you would have the resource that you're making. You don't know anything else. If I end up needing something, I'll add it. But I think it's all you need. Oh well, anything that part needs. I mean, I guess it could be given more information, which could be nice. These do have a part index. Okay, so these know the part index. Okay, maybe I give it all that. These are constructing with a part index. I'll let it pass in the chain resource, the part index, the parent body. I kind of just want to give everything, so that if I ever need something, I should absolutely be able to access it. And then I think there's a general need for like a main body. Which won't be... In fact, these won't be node paths. Because that's not how the paths are set up. If we're not enabled or the joint builder is not available. Use call with they'll get the same exact stuff. So you should get the chain, the main body, the parent body, and then that custom resource. And then they also need the index. Have a joint. I should have like an actual joint list somewhere. I'll say to do. Should be a joint list somewhere. So I guess it's all this basically. The part index is second. Return null will be interpreted as an error. Good. The part index is enough to obtain either the real part or its resource or whatever you're, or the bone or like whatever you want. The joint resource is any custom data you've defined. The main body is just the whole main body, if you have a joint that you want to connect directly to the main body, and then the parent body, which is just the part right above this one, if you want to connect to that one. And then if for some reason you want to connect to a part in between, you have the part index so you can figure out which one that is. Like if you want to go 2 parts back, or the main body, you would have that. So I can't imagine there's anything else that I could even give. Even parent body is sort of extra. You can figure out what that would be just from part index. Yeah, you have the chain node, you have the part index that gives you, the chain node gives you the resource, the part index gives you the bone, the part node, and the resource. You have the main body, you have your custom resource. Yeah, there's like, there could not possibly be anything else that you would want. If there is, then I'm sure I'll probably figure it out. I mean, maybe it would be better to just give the whole thing. That would probably be better, because I can still access everything that I want from there. And it would just be the same thing for loading. These need a certain, yes, these need to be able to load the custom joints as early as possible. So this probably just goes to the ready where we validate, and then if we are valid, we should have the part list here, right? Yeah, this should be getting the part list. All right, I'm going to say this. When I create the joint, the custom joint here, I think this one will put certain metadata on it. And then loading custom joints. I mean, what does this one do? This one just goes through its resources, figures out what joints it's managing, categorizes them in whatever way it needs to, so that it could run through here and just say, oh yeah, this joint can break, this joint, or whatever. And then in motors, it's like, yeah, this is our motor joint. So maybe it's the case that custom joints should have custom joints can be breakable, but I guess the breakable part is I can do whatever I want with it because I can't make a custom type that contains a resource. I can actually use metadata again. I can still use metadata. Okay, here's what I was going to do. Or here's what I was doing before. I was using a custom node that just existed to say this is breakable and like what the force was. But now I think I can just keep the same node and just put whatever metadata I want on it. Right? Yeah. Okay, very smart. So I can just use that. So I can say, hey, if the joint is supposed to be breakable, how would the leg tell the part that it wants a joint to be breakable? I mean, I guess I would just have the metadata names up here. And then the builder can set that meta on it. And the part will just use it. And that's how I track it. Though I do wonder about the performance of string names and the meta thing. So I want to go look at exactly what this is. This is... Meta is from who? It's purely on object. Alright, so let's go find object. Connection signal map. Metadata, hash map string name to variant. Metadata properties. variant pointer. Get meta list, merge meta from, get meta remove set as. Okay. So hopefully it would be here then. Check metadata has name. Cool. If value is empty, if we have it, delete it. Metadata properties. Okay, so I think the metadata properties are just purely for like resource loading and saving. And metadata is the real thing. But this one does sort of suck. But I guess I don't pay for that. Well, I don't know. Some of the stuff is... Okay, well, I won't be deleting it. I'll say it. I won't be deleting it while the game is running. Definitely not. I'm only adding it. During, like, editor stuff. So get meta, if it does not have it. If there's no... If the default is not nothing, return it. Well, otherwise it's an error. Okay. That seems really good. Yeah, so I'll leave it up here. So if I want to say that part can be broken, I put this metadata on it. And that's how I'll handle those. And then custom joints will just have some metadata that says they're a custom joint. So I can go through those and just make sure that those are also loaded. And then I guess if there's any joints that don't match a resource or don't match as a custom, then that should be an error too. Okay. I'm going to go... Okay. He just had a really crazy reaction there. Dog. There was nothing. It's okay. They okay. Wasn't even a dog. He usually doesn't bark unless it's a dog. They're all right. Okay, well, yeah, I'm going to go get food. I'll be back. I'm back. I have food and I'm going to eat. Food time. Right, I'll be back. I'm back. I think I want to admit what I've done so far, just because I feel like I've put a lot of changes right now. welcome back. Thanks. Should I actually skip the joint priorities? I don't think so. I think it's fine to assign the joint priorities. At the very least, it'll ensure that if I'm changing them manually, that it'll be obvious that it's changing it back. Though, I wonder if that means it should be like a setting then. Because what if I don't want it to manage the joint priorities and I want to set them? Okay, for now, I just think I don't want to do that. I definitely don't want to manually manage joint priorities. And the only reason I could imagine wanting to do that is if I had like one chain or two chains and I had a very specific thing that I wanted to do. Definitely not having like 6 identical chains with 3 or 4 identical parts each. Doing all of that, definitely not. So pretty much all that gets dropped. I'm not really seeing enough of the code kind of stay the same though. I guess it is very different. This code hopefully should be all like... Yeah, it's not. Oh no, there's the joint priority map. Okay, yeah. It's just... yeah, okay. It stays the same. There's just the gap there. Attachments, target bodies, all this stuff is... this section, I might not have any of this deleted yet. Okay, let's say that I'm just going to do these functions here at the top, and then I'm not going to modify anything else. Or basically, yeah, just the functions at the front. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Split. And then no to the rest of it, I think. Diff is deleting a bunch of these things that are going to be moved somewhere else. And then crawler character, I am adding that one. Because I changed the names and I want to call them. And then crawler leg, change the signature of these. And then I definitely not sending the scene or that, because that file is just going to get deleted. Okay. 290 assertions, 285 deletions. That's nice. Less code. Though I still think it's probably going to end up being more by the end of it. It definitely should be. Okay. Oh. Whoa. I think I just need water. I must just have a dry throat or something. Okay. Make joint data from bone target. I would like to just delete pretty much all of this. But this specifically is important to keep. So that is going to be contained on the part. The part will know this. So I think I want to get more of the part figured out. The chain is pretty much done. Minus this setup init IK. Which is essentially here because I want I think the skeleton does not, yeah, the skeleton has no IK. I should probably just delete this method, shouldn't I? It's not even implemented yet. So I think I changed this to so the physical skeleton has a main body. Yeah, I think the idea is definitely I go to the physical. No, I don't. I would go to the crawler character and click a button there. So these should just go away. But I do want, I think I want the update joints. I think I want the update joints because at that point everything is assigned a resource. And this would be like to update every chain so that every part and every joint matches its resource. So I will at least have that, but this should not be a thing. That should not be a thing. And then this would go away. Am I using that? I'm not. Chain resource ID. I think that doesn't matter. This was used for the resource node map, which the idea was I would map a resource, a chain resource to its node. But the nodes contain their resources and they can only be assigned via a script. You can't go in the editor and change it. So that's just going away as well. Yeah, but I have the button. The button stays. I should be able to do the update method. I should be able to do update. Why does update get the bone ID? Update gets the bone ID because only the chain knows which bones are connected to which parts. So I give it the skeleton and I give it the bone ID so that I can figure out those things. This needs to have... This would then go through every joint and yeah, I suppose Well, let me think about this. Yeah, I want to do the update function, even though the ready function won't have anything, so I can just use it in the format that I want to use it as. So to remove is going to be joints that I will be destroying, just completely deleting if they exceed their force. I'm also doing this so I can calculate the offset, so the difference between the main body and the joint body. So a joint needs to know I need to have this relative transform stuff. Which would have to be set up. Sorry. I'm gonna stand. All right. So joint data. Should I... Okay, so I have joint data here. Related skeleton bone. Okay, this is going away. I even said bone length is deprecated and should be deleted, so it's gone. Is it an IK joint? Is motor powered? At the parent, I have the body. So the body I just know is myself. I don't need to track that. I know what the body is. It's me. The center of mass, I'm not saving it there anymore. The offset I need, there's not going to be attachments anymore. So actually marking the joint. I believe IK, this stuff doesn't go there. And then I think I don't care about that. Because the whole idea of this now is just, am I powered? If I am, and in fact is motor powered, I think it's now going to be up here. Okay, well for an individual joint, it can have its motor on or off. Okay. An individual joint. Okay, I'm saying an individual joint. It's actually the fact that I will only have one motored joint. And that will be the part is going to remember that, which joint that is. So now I'm down to just only this stuff. So every joint could have a unique parent. Why it needs to know the parent so that it can calculate the parent position. It needs to know that. Though I wonder if the chain could provide that. Because I guess what bothers me is that I'm keeping a whole rigid body, but I really only need a transform. I just need to know the transform of it. But then the question is, if I have two joints and they have different parents, how do I determine which parent is what? And also, if the joint is actually going to stay, if the paths to the rigid bodies are going to stay the same, I don't need to remember that, do I? I can, and in fact, I might even say, if I know the parent is a rigid body, and it's only relevant to me while it exists, then I would only need an RID. And then I can request for the global transform. Or not the, just the transform. So parent is going to yeah, part of what I'm saying is that the chain is going to calculate what the errors should be. Let me double check. So I'm still like, given the motor velocities in rigid body state, calculate an angle error for this part. So I calculate an angle error for the part prior to telling it to solve, so the part can just work with the error angle to meet that. So, yeah. Is angle... Who is calculating this right now? Part does, of course. Part calculates it. So the offset is body diff, and is this just offset basis? Yeah. So I don't really even need angle. Well, okay, I guess it's fine to have. I guess it's fine to have. I'm just saving the rotation quaternion. I don't think I need the entire offset, do I? Okay. I'm considering keeping it because I think it might be probably preferable that a joint can also break if it's just too far removed. But I guess that's not necessary, right? Because the joints will calculate how much force they're applying after a physics tick. And if it's far enough removed that it applies like a huge amount of force, then that'll trip the max force and that will cause it to break. So I don't need to worry about offsets. Exact transformation offsets, I think I should only consider the angles and not consider displacements. So I'm going to get rid of... I'm curious though, would I ever want to know the offset? I could have it just be that, hey, if after a single take we are more than like 10 centimeters away from where we are supposed to be, just call it a break, don't even check. That kind of thing. Maybe. Okay, I'll keep it. I'll keep it. I'll do this. Teleport IK endbone to real location. Maybe this will help IK. Okay, I definitely know that it's not gonna help IK. Don't need that. Actually, no, hang on. Teleport IK endbone. The endbone. I think that might still be an idea. Because it can happen that even though I'm giving idealized angles, I still don't account for any small offsets in position, which can still mess up IK. So the idea was if I teleport the endbone to the real location, IK is just going to read where it is, and it's going to use the angles from the current bone to that end bone, and the angle between that and where it should be. So if the end bone is actually at the end, then every bone is going to be looking at the right location. I'm going to leave that idea there. I might even leave a comment right below it to say, maybe a comment right above it to say, to do or write down a date just so I know. June. Okay, so how would I want to do this? I would obtain the parent transform I think it's not a parameter. I think it's just like direct state, right? Let me see. Okay, no, yeah, it's not a parameter. And then because I'm getting a direct state, I have to save it here because it could just not exist anymore. It's always possible. If there's no parent, it could be out of the simulation. It's not necessarily deleted. I think it's just probably... Well, I think it's not even that. I think it's just that information can be cleared. So like its transform might go to 0 or something. I don't know. I actually don't know how to deal with that. Maybe I should just use the parent body. Well, no, if I've disabled the bodies, I shouldn't be updating, right? There should be no updating happening. Yeah, so if the bodies aren't active, I'm not updating. So if I am updating, I still have bodies that are active. But I guess it's always possible that... I don't know. I think for now, I'll just assume it exists. Because I don't know what that means if it doesn't exist. I just don't know what that means if it doesn't exist. Joint data body global transform is just always going to be my global transform. And then I take that difference, save the values. And then if I should break the joint, which that would just check, yeah, this would be reading its break force. So should break, total force. I need to get a break force. Well, I think what I'll do is I check. Yeah, let me say this. Joint data will keep track of like just a cached boolean that if it can break or not. So I don't have to do a hash map lookup, which could be slightly slower because otherwise it's this is updating every frame. So it's important that this is fast. It should be faster just to check a boolean of like a struct than it would be something else. So a map should be. Continue, otherwise check if I should break. And what this will do is it gets the total force, and then it gets the max force, which would be joint, get meta break force, and a default of 0, I guess. That total force greater than the max force. It would break. So am I still checking, am I still tracking joints by like an array? I definitely need an array of the joints that exist. Then I specifically need a single joint that is the motor joint of this part. So would I just have an array that includes that? And then I just have another variable that just points to the same thing? I guess so. I don't want to drop the joint list. Yeah, so I don't want to drop the joints individually. So I think at the same time, the joint data should track if it's been destroyed. Specifically destroyed because then joint would be cleared and it shouldn't do like anything. Though it would be nicer if when I destroyed a joint, it kind of just came out of the list entirely. So what's better? one list that has everything and I just skip them, or two lists and one list will be whittled down over time. What's better there? This would be a consideration for speed over memory usage. But the avoidance is possibly quite small. It is possibly really small. Another thing that would be nice either way is if the joint could actually just have this information for me, and I wouldn't have to deal with that anymore. Jolt could just provide it. Is it that bad on memory? Because I can't think of it as being like, oh yeah, I'm going to use 3 more. I'm going to use another array of 3 elements. I'm going to be using 18 more arrays of 3 elements. 2 to 3 elements. Well, yeah, 18 is the number of parts I would have, which is just 6 times 3. And each one of those would contain another list of 1 to 2 joints. I think it makes sense to just have the other array. I think it's probably fine. Fine, I don't know. I really need to think about that. Okay, I can think of this as effectively doubling the memory that I use. That's what the factor is here. When before I had 1 unit of memory, I now have 2 units. But I guess it does still only apply to active callers. So as joints are destroyed, that memory goes away. I think it probably also makes sense to actually just check if the body is sleeping. That could be a thing in optimization there. Because I'm thinking about, like, you know, there's a part that's just laying on the ground that's just been there for like a minute, right? Every single frame, it is still checking the forces applied by the joints. But eventually that joint would probably just go to sleep. And then I would still be checking the forces on that joint. So I guess the real optimization there is to just stop checking if all, or I guess this whole body would sleep. and then I would stop processing it. But while it is active, does it make sense to keep a second list just to delete elements as they break? Okay, well, I think most joints will just, or most parts are just going to have one joint. And then any of them that have two, the other one can also break. It's definitely still like doubling. Okay, I've decided. Ugh. I just check here. And then I think I just have to do this. Yeah, joint data should be going away. Force exceeded, right. Okay, so I do need some way to call it, but that's also not how I do it now. Now I just say if a joint exceeds a maximum force, then it breaks. But I do need somehow to have a call out that I can destroy it. Okay, I think what I might be looking for is to have joint data probably go back to being a subclass of something. And that will allow me, because now it's pretty small, it should just be pure data. There should be nothing else. That will be deleted. So now physical skeleton does not have this. Does it have invalid joint? I don't think so. I don't think I need that. But this would be joint info. What joint information would you want? The joint? What information would you want? I don't have a linear limit or an angular limit. I just have a force limit. It's all just force limits. I think what I'm looking for is that I would still want a part to have like some kind of health to it. You know, I'm just going to scrap this for now until I know exactly how that's going to work. Because otherwise I don't know. And I would just be making it up. I should try to use it first before I decide how it should be used. That kind of thing. So now I have my joint list. Joint that I destroyed. If it is destroyed, we stop. There's no need to check. We couldn't even be doing motors because it's gone. I don't think I need any of this unless it's an IK or unless it's the motor joint. So it'd have to be so in fact I actually just probably there is one motor joint, and that motor joint is the joint that directly correlates to the bone this part was made for. So I still have a list of joints, but then I have the motor joint itself. So it's specifically the bone joint. So here I can run through these. If they're destroyed, I stop. And then this is only relevant to that. So two move break joints would run, and then this is the, yeah, so this is the bone joint. The bone joint is destroyed, then I don't need to set it. I'd be done at that point. But even if it's motorized, I still need to get its angle so I can assign it. So I can set it to the skeleton. Otherwise, I'm not setting it to the skeleton because the skeleton technically doesn't have it anymore. And in fact, it's actually kind of a special thing where this is only relevant to the bone joint, all of this. These two are that. So smaller objects here. All right, I've got it. I've got it. So I will keep two lists to reduce how much processing I'm doing if a joint ever breaks or is destroyed. But that list is going to be an index list. So I have the main list that is static and stays how it is, and then I have an index list that just contains the indexes of the ones that are still live. No, actually, I think it doesn't make sense because then that'd be like two array reads, which is probably worse than just doing one in a Boolean check, right? So yeah. All right. But either way, the joints are only, all of this is only relevant to the motor joint. So I definitely will make sure I only store that for the motor joint. Oh, but I guess if the displacement gets really high, then I want to break it anyway. So I guess I do need to know that. Did I ever see my Trump phone? No. I have not. They forgot you. What am I thinking of here? I pretty much only want to store 2 booleans, but if I want a joint to break, if it just simply displaces too far, then I need all of this. Okay, well, actually, no matter what, I need this one too. So I need that one. Those are guaranteed. These ones are only relevant if they are breakable. And then the angle is only relevant for the motor joint. No, the HTC still makes phones until this Trump phone is out. What's the Trump phone? What's the Trump phone? No, I don't know. I don't know what the Trump phone is. How do I organize this? What planet do you live? I spend my whole day writing code, and then I watch like educational stuff on YouTube or gameplay. That's my life. That's my internet. That's what I do on the internet. That's not my life alone. These just feel like big objects to me. In 2024, Trump kids promise a fully made American phone. Did they do it? I need to do something. I need to do something. It's out and it's just HTC. I don't know HTC. If it's a flip phone with a physical keypad, then I'm in. I destroyed the joke. I should have known better. Sorry. It's a Chinese phone. Nothing about it is American. The golden paint. Wow. How do I organize it? How do I organize it? How do I organize it? I only need this. Okay. All joints need that. So I can actually delete the joint. Only for motor slash if displacement can break, and then only for motor. The battery is not made in China. Great. Made in the Philippines, right? Alright, if displacement cannot break, then this is all I need for a joint. And these probably drop out to just being for the motor. These would drop out to here, basically. If displacement doesn't break, do I want displacement to break? I kind of feel like I do, because it could be possible that I maybe have like some kind of force limitations, or well, actually no, position corrections are purely based on the stabilization factor and wait a second. No, I need to know. Does displacement count as total lambda? Constraints. Alright, get total lambda position. Translation constraint parts, get total lambda. Let me just look at point constraint. Get total lambda position. Point constraint. Of course, the part, not that. Duh. There. Get total lambda, m total lambda. Solve position constraint lambda is this. Return true. Separation. velocity constraints. Okay, so this is not correlated to displacement. Does the point constraint apply anything then? Velocity? Translation constraint parts, rotation constraint parts, point constraint. Okay. Okay, so we only take lambda based on velocities, and we don't account for position offsets. So I think I may choose that this is actually relevant. For it. For everything. Okay. So the angle will just come out. Because I will only calculate it one time for the single thing that does it. But then this all does calculate. If it's not breakable, I don't care about that. If the joint is destroyed, I don't care. It doesn't matter if the joint's not breakable, but it would matter for the motor joint. I don't like it. I don't know how to organize this so I don't have to do like this extra check here because it just feels lame. But I suppose in the comparison, we'll just check if they're literally identical, and it won't actually check values. Yeah, because otherwise, To compare equality for custom objects, you have to define a custom, and you have to write your own function to do it. And then you would have to call that function. Otherwise, it just compares object IDs for equality. So if the joint is not breakable, and it is not the motor joint, bone joint, then I don't have to do anything. And then down here, I just do the check again. If it is breakable and should break, and then there, if the bone joint is destroyed, I ignore. Otherwise, at this point, it would be all this. Bone index multiplied by bone joint offset basis quaternion. Should break. Goes there. Break joints. To disable. So breaking the joint means just deleting it. And then motor broken. I guess I should just check this. Okay, well, if the bone joint is destroyed, it's destroyed. But then down here in the setup, I guess the setup is just like if the motor is destroyed or anything, then I would stop here. Okay, let me. I think I'm gonna try to get this pretty much ready, and then I think I'm gonna call it there. I just feel like I'm kind of falling asleep, like really badly. badly. So this joint would be breaking. Breaking means I'm not removing it from an index, but I'm marking it destroyed. I'm physically deleting the joint. And then I would set myself as being I would turn on power interrupted. So I'm not transferring power. If it was a motor one, then I say the motor's disabled. Yeah. Oh man, Rust is actually so cool because I was just thinking, what would be nice is if the first joint in my joint list was always the motor joint, and then everything else after that would be custom. Not custom. Well, yeah, I guess it'd probably be custom joints, right? So, what is the joint? The joint list is there simply. I actually only need a joint list for the chain to provide the physical skeleton so that the physical skeleton can apply priorities to the joints. So I don't think I need to access that any other time. So, I'm thinking. Joints should only parts should only have one joint. Let's say that. Parts should only have one joint. Anything extra is going to be custom. That one joint is going to be a beam, generic 6-degree freedom joint. Custom ones. How do I obtain custom joint? Forces. I guess I don't know how I do that. So I suppose in that case what I do is I just say if the joint is, what do I need the joint list for? I think I think no matter what, I would like to have a joint list that is just all the joints, just to be there. And that would be read only, and I just provide that. But when I'm going through and updating, I think what I want to do is I want to check the main joint, do the normal stuff there, and then iterate over everything else. So then I can avoid all this double checking. It's linear. Then in fact, I actually more or less track it up here. If is motor broken? Who uses this? This chain? Chain uses it to skip calling solve motor velocity. Okay. If the bone joint is not destroyed, and it is breakable, then I will do if it is not destroyed, I do all of this. Okay. And then I can just kind of run this up here. There we go. And then it is breakable. And it should break. Then I will say at this point, is motor broken is true. I'll call this to break instead of to remove. It'll get put in there. And then I will say here, there. If it's destroyed, if it's destroyed or not breakable, I skip. Otherwise, I do this again. And maybe this goes to a function at this point. Probably, in fact. Everything is relative to that, so I'll do this. Then is there something... Part of this is... Yeah, part of this is doing certain things that I don't want it to do. Yeah, because that actually... Okay, this is actually doing too much. So... Break joint is literally just to call a Q free on it. So... And then for the bone joint, it is also to do this. That's all that it's for. So I'm not good at this. I'll just call the functions directly. Is this a bug? I'm just noticing this. The height of the cursor is greater when it's a totally empty line. So I just hit delete there. If I press space and go back, it's short. And then I hit delete, then it grows. What is that? That's weird. Okay. So the only thing this is doing is just to... That's all this is doing. We're just calling Q free on it. And then I think motor broken will also do some other thing later. Like if the whole leg takes too much damage, I will not like delete the joint, destroy it, but it would be broken. I'm just setting it broken to true there just to be sure. And then I would Q3 it. So in other words, we go through these. And that would just be the same thing. If it is going to break, I'm just literally calling setting it to be true. And then a Q free the joint. And then that's it. And then I guess... Wait, teleport IK endbone to relocation. Okay, so hang on. This actually should drop out from here. This won't be there. This would be part of the chain. In the update function of the chain. And then I do have the physical is broken thing. Is broken. Wait, I say is broken. That's not a thing. Part is broken. That's not a thing. Yeah, I guess I don't know how the part is supposed to be broken. If the motor is broken, is different from the part being broken. The entire part is broken. What do I use it for here? How about I say if is powered and the partless 0 is power interrupted instead of broken? Power interrupt. No, power interrupted is set by the part. Is powered is set by me. I think I was just looking for is motor broken, right? But why do I check this? What is this for? I don't know what this is for. It's not checked by anything. Crawler character checks it. Yeah. If is any part broken, let me call up, I guess I call a part being broken if the motor is broken, right? Okay. This, I think I'm just gonna, well, I guess I do this. Main body name. I'll just say breaking joint and then do like that. And then yeah, break joint just goes away. There's nothing for it to do. What? Middle. Middle mouse scroll down. What is happening? Oh, middle mouse just pastes in whatever I deleted last. Alright, cool. But it's not copied. That is so weird. Alright, whatever. Okay. That's where I'm gonna leave it for today. I'm just, I need to stop. It's alright. Send it. Make sure it's saved. I've just deleted joint data. And the part brings in joint data. Because there's a lot less there now. At least that whole thing. Okay. Physical skeleton, I deleted more things. I'll add the stuff at the top because I know for sure that it's gone. But then everything else after that, I'm still not deleting it. Yes, and then everything else is no. No crawler bots. No layout. Okay. All right. That's it for today. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully to do more. I'm definitely like past the point of liking how long I've been working on this crawler robot. But at this point I'm still, confident in my ability to do it. I mean, I feel like I've gotten basically everything. I just need it to be structured now so that I can actually iterate on it and test things, because part of the motors working is that I need both at the same time. I need the motors to actually do the thing, and I also need them to, I need people to get in there and tweak them as it runs. So that's what all this is for. And I'm also very sure that I'm going to have at least 2 of these. I'm probably going to reuse physical skeleton for the bipedal robots, so that their legs and their arms will be the same exact way, and probably even the head too. If I have a head or whatever it would be. Yeah, I mean, there's still stuff for me to think about there, but I think definitely it's gonna have legs, it's gonna have arms, and those are probably all gonna be this. So, alright. Well, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.